Hello, 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 hello. Am I live? Am I? Am I live? Okay, I think I am live, and yeah. So yeah. So by the way, welcome back to Pon's Tinkering Garage, and today we are gonna continue our. Actually, this is still episode two, but this one is part two of our episode two. So, in this one, we're gonna continue where we left off yesterday, because it's kind of long already. Because it's 2.5 hours, I think. Uh, Yesterday, so I'm not gonna do like too long video because yeah, like it's becoming too long. Like the first one is like 5 hours and 45 minutes. It's very close to 6 hours, and I don't think that it's a good idea to do that, right? So yeah, that's not. I'm gonna chop it uh, on a smaller portion. So mm, so yeah, I'm gonna continue where we left off yesterday. And by the way, I think I'm gonna share this in case anyone want to watch it. So, uh, yeah, I'm gonna go there again. So, episode two continues today. Continues. Uh, Watch it here. Um, we've got a name for our sculpt, and it's cowgirl. So yeah, so I guess that's the sharing part. By the way, I'm yesterday I kind of think about sharing live streaming like on two platforms. I'm not really sure if it's possible, but maybe that's something that's gonna be very cool if I can do like one on YouTube and the other, let's say, on Instagram or Facebook or probably TikTok. So yeah, that's gonna be very cool. But I haven't figured out the way to do that. So yeah, so I'm gonna continue doing this on YouTube for now, and let's see. So arting episode two. So this is where we left off yesterday, and yeah, let's go straight to sculpting. And by the way, I figured out a way yesterday on how to, uh, how to cut, basically, and that's by using this thing, box trim, and yeah, we're gonna use that to cut through like our mesh, like under the thigh here. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna use to cut it. So by the way, there's a message on my phone. I'm gonna reply that first. Okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna use this box trim. So we have lasso, line trim, and all that. So I'm gonna use this one, and let's see. So this one I kind of figured out this thing yesterday. So I'm gonna reuse our. What happens if we do that? Is it gonna cut or is it gonna freeze? Uh, oh, that cuts directly to that too. So that's probably not what we want. So um so I'm thinking of how to cut this side but not that side, because right now we're cutting through that as well. So we're gonna do that. And options, let's see how to only cut this one. We could probably, what happens if we mask this, right? So it's not cutting through that, right? And then we're gonna use this. So let's try that. And by the way, we could probably, let's see this. So I could probably angle it this like so that we could only get closer cut here, like that. Let's give it, well, yeah, that's pretty. Oh, oh, they're using like a linear thing too, like they cutting that side as well. um so by the way, I might have to like check this out here. So um let's search for uh box trim in Blender. Let's see the settings. Okay. Join trim mode union. Oh, probably we could use this trim to join too, because we have difference, union, and join. So probably this is what's gonna like solve the way. Remember about on the first episode, we try to merge like the hand to the hip. So maybe this is as this is kind of the way to do that as well. So uh, I think try this. I think. Yeah, I think we can use that. Let's try. Let's try that. Okay. Oh. Oh. I think it's working. I really think it's working. Okay. That is pretty cool. What's happened here? Right. I think the thing is we could probably do like a few of these cut, I would say, right? Do they have like face sets for this? Why they have face sets for this? Yeah, we could do that. Let's see. Let's see if it's we can make it work. Right, and we're gonna cut to the bottom here as well. Yeah, I think this is the way to go, because we are not cutting through that basically. So we're not cutting. So we don't need to add like mask. And I think this one is pretty cool. Good. Let's see a little bit more. Let's cut a little bit more, and I think that's pretty good cut. And we're gonna start doing Dyn Topo, and we're gonna use brush detail. Right? Sorry. Enable. What happened? Why is that one? It's not. Oh. Oh, the grab. So yeah, so basically it's okay. So I'm gonna do that, and let's see if we could remove facets. Let's see if what's the shortcut for remove facet? Remove facet in Blender shortcut. Alt W. Show all. No. Facets. Usually it works. Probably gonna have to turn down topo. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. So we're gonna have, so if you want to remove the facets, we're gonna have to remove the dyne topo first. And by the way, maybe not now, because we don't have any particular example here. I want to try like using box trim to kind of join the mesh instead of, you know, like removing them. So we're gonna try doing that later. By the way, I'm gonna try to change this back to 0.4, right? So yeah, I think we are ready to resculpt this. And now we have a very good clearance, like here. You can see that we got a beautiful space here that we can work on, because before we are like we don't have the clearance underneath here, and now we do, so we can do that more clearly, right? And that's pretty cool, right? So okay, that's pretty good. Let's remove some of that bulge here. So I'm thinking from this position, I think the bulge should be on the bottom here, on the middle, sorry, on the middle, I would say, right? Yeah, I think this looks pretty cool. And I want to make sure that it looks like this is like cloth and not skin. So I'm gonna use some of that trick. I'm gonna add some clear definition to that, just like what we do here. So basically, and by the way, I'm gonna add some some of those cloth lines around here, and I might probably add another one in here, and I'm gonna like do that thing, like doing some sort of well here, like there is like gonna be like dimple here. So that we can see the size of the actual leg. So this one is like cloth, so the leg is not that thick. So do that. And oh. Yeah, it looks kind of like cloth, I would say. And probably I'm gonna add another cloth thing here. By the way, I know that we have some cloth like sculpting. We have that. Should we try that? Should we try that? Um, let's see how good this thing is. Oh, it's not good. I kind of whack it. Can we do that? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, this one is more organic. Whoa, that's pretty. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think we can do that. We can use this to create more of that. This is pinching, right? Yeah, we could pinch. Yeah, we can do that. Mm. Oh, it's too much. Sometimes this becomes like uncontrollable. Oh, if it's too detailed. Yeah, I think we can do that. Um, maybe something around here. Around here. Just to make like making sure that it looks kind of like latex pants, trousers, and so basically it's just like pinch, but there's some simulation built into that. So cloth simulation thing. So I think this is good enough for now. And let's see if we can make. Let's use this for a second, just to make a little bit of more customized shape, because I want to make this thing. It feels too thick for the what's this, the calf. I feel like it's too thick for the calf. And I'm thinking that there's gonna be like a line here, gonna be like that. And yeah, should be like a line here. And here. But by the way, this is me going into details again. I really I gotta break that habit, really. So, but I don't know. It's pretty good to have that attention to detail kind of thing. So I'm making sure that it doesn't look, her calf doesn't look like her calf is too big, I would say. Because right now it feels a little bit too big. The calf, right? I don't wanna make her calf too big, basically. And I'm gonna have to remove this area on the bottom here eventually. Sorry. Here, I'm gonna have to pinch this until it's gone. Okay. We can use inflate. We can deflate this part. We can just move, just to move this around. This part starts becoming too obvious. Like the details become distracting, I would say. So I think I'm gonna smooth this out a little bit. Let's see. What I'm gonna do. This part becoming too thick, I think. Like that. That's good enough. Because the thing about details is that you shouldn't make everything detailed, I would say, because sometimes it could be distracting. Like details, I mentioned this earlier as well, that do not let the details around your creation, your artwork, distracting the main focal point. I would say that it shouldn't, like details shouldn't scream. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. It shouldn't scream. Look at me, like that. So it shouldn't do that. If it's doing that, you have a distracting detail, basically. Let's check our live stream. Okay. There's one for you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I should probably do a better job at sharing this. Really, I think I gotta have to do a better job sharing my live stream, and yeah, we're gonna have to start growing our live stream, basically, so that's a little bit more fun to do. Because the thing is, I'm having fun doing that, and I really hope there is like people out there who might enjoy this as much as I do. So yeah, we're gonna have to find a bigger audience for this. So, but for now, that's fine. We can keep it that way. So we're gonna have to find that later, the better way to share this, basically. So okay. So right now, the cloth looks kind of okay. Like it looks. I feel like this part. This doesn't look right because normally the curve is gonna be that way. Because the thing about details is that it should have a rhythm, and I think the rhythm should be that, because the top bit is something like that, so I think the bottom bit should be something like that. So this one doesn't look right. So yeah, I'm gonna flatten this. I'm gonna remove this. And basically change the direction for the fold. Yeah, I think it should be this way. But it shouldn't be too low because we want that to be like that, basically. Yeah, something like that. but now it's a bit too thin. Okay. This should be pulled up a little bit more. Down. It felt more natural this way. For some reason. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it that way for now. I'm trying to make this more cascading. That. But it shouldn't be cascading. Should we try making this hollow? Like that. Because sometimes it helps with the deformation. Maybe this one should be pulled up a little bit more. Okay, will it help? This one works okay. This one, for some reason, they don't. Maybe the reason for that is the overall shape of this. Let's build. It's both. Probably we have to make that. What happens if we try making that like that? Will it help? No, I don't think it helps. This one works though. Yeah, I really do. Let's work on this one first, and we're gonna go back to it later. Basically, this is like the way to make your cloth. Looks like cloth, I suppose. This one should like dimple. Is that the correct word for it? Yeah. This one should be like get in, tucked in. And this one should be poking out. This area. So that creates like that cascading effect. And we might not, it's too distracting right now. It's really distracting. We're gonna try to slim down the shape more. Yeah, that starts feeling okay, but this one is too boxy. You see that? I'm gonna try reducing that. And also the calf. I think the calf feels too big. And I think the other thing that might make this is, I'm gonna flatten this. Basically, yeah. The thing about details is that sometimes remove details is gonna be like the best thing that you can do if it's not, your detail is not working, right? And let's give it a try one more time. Probably that's what we gonna have to do. Okay, that's pretty good. And that feels, and that start feeling okay. But this one gonna pucker up a little more. Let's bring this forward. Let's bring this in, tuck this in. Yeah, I think that starts working okay. Yeah, we can do that. So yeah, it's basically like a simple detail that we're gonna add just to make sure that it looks like this is pants and not naked, nude, basically. So yeah, that's gonna be fine. Okay. Oh, that's too strong. Okay. And mm, yeah, this is that starts feeling okay. And yeah, I think we're gonna go back to like the thigh bit because we might lost our focus with the thigh. Remember that we're gonna have to build this. I want to feel like the the thigh is like hanging down here, and let's do that. By the way, this is the jacket. That's still like the jacket here. We're gonna add some details to it so that it kind of gives the impression that this is still like the part of a jacket. It should have like continuous feeling to it. And yeah. Yeah. Let's see our average. Okay, that's pretty. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm, s- I'm still on my own here, so yeah. Okay, that's that felt okay for now, and we might extend the upper part more here, and I want to like feel that weight like on the bottom here, and and this still feels like bulging too much. I want to make this tucked in a bit more. making sure that it's not poking out too much, right? Something like that. And also this bit. I'm gonna make this a little bit thinner. The gap, I mean. And yeah, let's do. I think. By the way, we gotta have to figure out the overall design for the what's got the shoes. Um, the shoes. I'm thinking of putting her onto the some sort of high heels. Do you think it has it fits the overall nature, the theme for Hellboy? Um, yeah, I'm really. I'm not saying that it's high heels, like high heels. I would say, like probably a low heeled boots. And by the way, do Hellboy wear boots? Hellboy. Or shoes? Hellboy. Because I think he's gonna be wearing that shoe. He's gonna be wearing shoes, right? So let's pull this back right there. And I think shoes it is, right? We're gonna do shoes. Let's make some line here. I'm gonna do simple. Simple shoes. By the way, this is gonna be like this separation between like the stair and the the shin, right? But it's too thick. I'm gonna reduce this. I'm gonna also reduce this. And by the way, I think we haven't figured out we haven't really do like the tail bit, because remember that Hellboy have tails, so we should not forget that bit. Yeah, let's sculpt some general heels. So I'm thinking that the boots gonna be yay high. Sorry, the shoes gonna be yay high and gonna drop to that side, and we're gonna have this thickness for the sole. Yeah, we're gonna cut this quickly with pinch tools. I just separate that bit from the jacket flowing in. I'm gonna remove the material here quickly with that very aggressive tools. That's gonna be like the heels, right? That should be like flat-ish, I would say. That's flat. And by the way, I might wanna hear some music while I'm doing this. So yeah. Like that. So that's like the boots, and I want to show people. So she's a hell girl eventually. So I might want to make the shoes a little bit more pointy, I would say, instead of having that very boxy type. So, by the way, I'm gonna play some music. Let's see. Is it dropping? No, it's not. Let's check my live stream. Yeah. Okay. It's still empty, guys. We gotta make some noise soon, just to increase that traffic. So yeah. We're gonna trim the side here to make sure that it's not that boxy, and I'm gonna add some lines for so I'm drawn to make it to like a pointy foot, pointy like type shoes, like that. So this is design wise looks kind of more feminine, I would say. Probably add some flair to the, so it's gonna be like that shape. I'm thinking of design for the shoes. By the way, I'm gonna build the sole now, because it's also part of design. But we're gonna build some of that curvature for the heels. I'm gonna make that curvature a little bit better. By the way, if you need some music recommendation, by the way, I'm not supposed to be talking about music here, but I think music is like a good part of artistic thing, I would say. So by the way, if you want a recommendation for artists, like songs that I'm actually he- listening to, I like hearing this artist, and this is basically Beth Crowley. She has incredible music, uh, and you should probably check her music out. So it's very very lyric heavy music, and I like it. So that's gonna be like the design. Mm, this just make it a little bit thinner. Yeah, I want to make the boots more more like that. It should have like bulk to the front bit like that. It should have like separation like that. Still. Mm, and this is gonna be like the. It should still have that a classic shoes pattern like that. And let me add some details here. Uh, yeah, this is pretty good design for shoes. A good design for shoes. Um, I think this one should be like that. Like that. I want to have like that is pretty pretty cool shoes design, by the way. So maybe make it more pointy. Mm. This should be flattish. It's too bulging right now. Yeah, I think this is thin enough. So basically, this is like the gotta be like the toes. Um, and let's the the design for the cap is gonna be like this one. This is gonna be extruded. The cap is gonna be th doing that. I feel it's a bit crooked now. This should be lower, like that. So by the way, this should be tucked in inside the tip of the shoe. So I'm gonna thin this out more, and we're gonna make this one more square-ish. I'm gonna use some flat brush here to make sure that this one feels flat, not rounded, like that, and this one as well. Does it feel flat? Yeah, that's a pretty good design. Should be like that. And let's start building the I might have to use this to kind of design the flatness of the side here. Yeah, by making things flatter, it makes it more like shoes and less like a sock, I would say. And yeah, let's design. Looks pretty rugged. Yeah. By the way, we're still doing one leg, so we we might have to speed things up a little bit more. So let's save this for now. But I guess like shaping the details is gonna be worthwhile because it's such a part of fashion is such a like a big part costume. I mean, not the fashion. A good part of design. It's very much influential for any character. Mm. I want to make there. So yeah, basically, Hellboy wears heel shoes as well. So basically, this is not far off from the original design for Hellboy, but we're gonna make it more extreme. So, for example, like the heel is a little bit more higher, a little higher. So yeah, so basically we're trying to preserve as much as we could from the original design. Mm, we're gonna make the heels more slim, something like that. Overload it. So yeah. Mm, I'm thinking a way to make this heel better. Um, that's gonna be like the heel. Let's flatten this out because it will help a lot with shape and readability for the costume, for the heel in this case. I think we're gonna have to thin this out part a little bit more. Yeah, you can see that how by flattening some part of the shoes it gives a clearer view of like the design. I think that's important to note. Uh, and also I'm gonna add some line here so that it just gives us a crisp line. like there, so that we could have more even, more square. Heel. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Like the heel starts, it's not perfect, but it starts feeling okay. You know? I'm gonna flat some more this edge. Oh, might have to do that. Pretty cool. It starts having some very good silhouette. We're gonna continue building that. And the step, oh, I might have to make this one thinner. Bring it up. Let's check our live stream. Oh, there's 5 views. Okay. Well, it's poor. Why is it poor? Usually it is, you know, usually it's excellent. Yeah, but we're gonna ignore that for now. So, by the way, we might shape this a little bit better. More, I should make this like a curve, like that. It's still poor. Oh, it's still poor. I'm sorry if you, it's lagging though. So, is it because I'm listening to Spotify? It shouldn't affect that much, to be honest. Okay. Still poor? It's poor. What happened? It's actually pretty good. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna remove some of this material aggressively because we're gonna use some flat tool to flatten it here. Yeah, that's a pretty cool silhouette design for our boots. I've never really thought that I will do boots in my entire life, but well, here I am. I'm making boots. I think there's always been like first time for everything, and I sorry I really like it. Is it still poor, by the way? Yeah, it's still poor. That's okay. So mm, we might have to rebuild this some silhouette. So what I'm gonna do like that shape. It's gonna drop in here, like there. Gonna make like that Z pattern. Um, I'm still imagining how I should be doing this. Probably something like that. And this one's gonna go to the bottom here. Basically, we're gonna end that fold, and I'm thinking that's like the best way. Usually, this is like a good way to. Yeah, this looks kind of okay. Um, I'm trying to imagine this shape here. Let's give this some tweaks here and there. Basically, so I want to make that shape. Hmm. Though actually, now that I think about it, I think we do it the other way around. I think the middle part should be pointing this way, right? It should be like that. Yeah, I think it should be like that. The silhouette should, it's kind of the other way around. They should be, they should be like that. It should be pointing in to the middle part like that. I might be able to move the silhouette a little better with grab. Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is the other example of how detail should not distract too much of our like overall design because we uh yeah, because it should not distract our design. If it doesn't look if it even though it looks cool, usually is that it's always a good idea to stick to like the big shape of everything and yeah, and try to work within that frame so that you don't betray the big shape of the design with the details. Basically, that's what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to explain. uh, it should always read well, so it should not be confusing. Even though the detail looks cool, you should not make the detail overpower the origin, like the design of it all. So it doesn't matter how cool the detail is if it's not, if it doesn't feel right, you shouldn't include it. That's like the best way I can say that. Yeah. So I think this one looks a lot better than previously. So I'm gonna keep this because I feel like that's how a normal pants should be dropping, I would say. And we probably have to add like some stuff here to make some line there, and they should be like another line here, basically like um, the last like this is like gonna be like the hem. um, you can use like flatten. It's very important, it's very useful to use like uh, flatten for like hard surfaces, right? I mean, like I feel like this is like a very good tool if you want to make like hard surface thing, because normally hard surface do not like curve. So if you want to add some hardness to your model, I think um, flatten is very good tool, so that they create instant readability to your hard surface model fast. So yeah, I think that's the design for the pants. Um, what do you think? We're gonna have to eventually deal with the other side. So yeah, we better get back to it. Mm, yeah, let's start building this part because right now it's very bulky. So let's quickly remove that bulk. I want to make sure that the line is aligned to my original design. So this should be like that. You should like twist a little bit, right? And I want to preserve that twistiness to it. And by the way, I'm gonna add some hard line here, just to make sure that it reads clear. It's distracting. It's distracting. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. It's too distracting. Mm. We might do this instead, making sure that this part of the thigh is not too thick. I think that's pretty good. And also, this part should be like the tallest point, and it should taper to the side. More that creates more realistic. Yeah, this one creates a better shape. It's too thick. They should have like that basically to indicate that they are this one is like the this one the cloth is bulging, but the skin is actually lower than that. So by the way, let's check already. Oh, that's back to excellent. um, yeah, so we've got 6 views now, and that's pretty good. So yeah, we're gonna continue with there's some part of this that I don't really like. There's some bulkiness here that I might have to deal with first. to yeah, that's pretty good. Um, for some reason, this part is still bugging me. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. With the other side of the thigh. Let's quickly remove the bulk of material here. And I still want to do that that thigh being pushed against the stones, but I also didn't want to make it looks like too bulky. That's gonna be the outline for the calf, and this one is gonna be something like that, but a lot deeper. I'm gonna still have to remove materials now. Probably is also a good idea for me now to trim this. Let's do that before it gets too long. Box set, box height, box trim. Okay. Oh. I'm going to turn off the Dyn Topo. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's good enough. We can sculpt this, right? And let's go back to here and let's go to face sets from visible, and I'm gonna remove or do reactivate Dyn Topo, and we're gonna start like doing that basically. So this one we can easily remove like that. This is still by the way, this is still the jacket flowing, so I still want to make sure that it feels like there's a jacket here. This is like the best way to do sculpting, I guess, because previously sculpting has always felt like, I don't know. I mean, like before I figured out this technique, let me be honest, I'm not exactly. It doesn't feel okay. It doesn't feel right in my hand for some reason, and because I cannot I cannot I cannot sculpt as fast as my brain, I would say, because my brain works this thing quickly, but the sculpting tools that I'm using is doesn't allow me to do a uh, quick enough progression. So I always feel like normally it always feel like slow for me, and this one feels very fast, and it feels like this can uh, match the speed uh, of my thought processes better. I would say that's how I would put it, and I kind of like that, and I kind of like how this thing feels just right for me um, when it comes to sculpting. So yeah, and might have to remove material here. Mm, let's create some of that landmark first. Make some cut here. The I'm trying to make like I think with because I've done like the previous uh, pans, I can see the details developing faster. Uh, I think this is exactly what I want to try and make on that side, but this is like the simplified version of that, and basically this is what I want to make with that. It just because I have repeated this and I kind of already know like the a better way to shape it. Okay, so let's build some. So I already know that normally this thing, she is twisting her foot, her leg on that side, so this side will be the one that is actually stretching. It's more like that. You'll see more on that side, and in this side they continue creating that that shape to the end of the hem, like the hem of the pants. Let's check our. We've got 7 views. Yeah, come on, guys. Let's make it more. Uh, I'm gonna find a better way to make this a little bit more popular. Eventually. So yeah, but yeah, that's pretty cool for now. So oh, the it twists to that side. Okay, hmm. I feel like it's twisted too much. And it should be um, more curved into that side. Okay, and let's make some. Let's make some cut here. Does it feel like this foot is shorter than that? Make it. Maybe I gotta make it longer. Like that. Um, that's pretty cool. The curve is pretty cool. And let's make some sharp cut here. Um, and we eventually have to. And the foot should be more like that, right? Right, something like that. Um, yeah. Um, upper, up. that, and let's continue building the sorry, the shoes. This is gonna be the start of the shoes. Let's cut this. Gonna be this the shoes part. Gonna pull this back to accommodate some space for our shoes. So this is gonna be like the hard part is gonna be making sure that the design on on one foot match with the other, because this one is pretty cool, but I'm trying my best to making sure that we have a similar design between the left and the right side, and that's gonna be the challenging part for this kind of sculpting, making sure that the the design is like unilateral. Sorry, not unilateral. What's the term for that? To be equal, I would say. Um, on this side, I want. She would probably. Mm, maybe not that. Maybe it's still like that. But I'm thinking that she would probably have her her heels tipped to the other side, like that. So it's gonna be like, I'm trying to figure out the angle first. I think that's probably a good idea. To figure out the shape, not the shape, the angle for where and which part of the shoe is touching the ground. I feel like that might be the way. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, and I think we might benefit from sculpting the overall shape of the shoe first. I would say that I would say we should probably shape this a bit better first, and then we can post this later, right? We're gonna cut this. Yeah, probably I'm gonna try to use flat for this again. Uh, so the design is gonna be that. Probably I'm gonna pull this up. I don't want to feel like that side is longer than that side. Probably I can pull this up if I ever need like more length. I can pull this up instead. But I can do that later. So what I'm gonna do, that, and I'm gonna create some basic shapes for the shoes. And I'm gonna put the stump on the top here. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that's how I built the shape previously. And I'm gonna add some cut to the base of the heel. Like that. I'm gonna use some flat. By the way, you know what I want to hear? A walk to remember. Yeah, so let's hear this. Okay. I'm gonna flatten this. And probably I'm gonna add some. Okay, I'm gonna make some separator line here. I'm gonna try to design it as close as possible to the other side. And by the way, we might have to make this quicker because, you know, this is gonna be very long a series if I we don't start moving this quicker, right? So yeah, we're gonna have to hurry up. I might not have some. We might not, like have enough time to do details here and there. Uh, because our time is running out basically. So I'm gonna try to do this as quickly as I could. I'm gonna add some separated lines. This one, making sure that I know where the heel should start. I'm gonna add some extra mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because the thing is that we haven't done like the rest. I'm thinking that we might. How long this is gonna be? Really, I mean, like, I don't think that we could. But I have really, I have good fun. Again, I have such a good fun doing this. Um, Boots, the shoes, basically, and I really like that. So I'm basically torn apart here. Um, let's see how far I can go doing the boots, doing the shoes, because we gotta start doing like all the rest of the design. Mm, let's start flattening this one because we gotta make it quick, buddy. Really, I really think we gotta make it quicker because we have so much more to do. So yeah, yeah, I gotta make things. I think I do have a long way to go making things quick, basically. Really, I have such a very long way to go in that regard. Mm, so, How long has it been? We got 8 viewers. And how many hours? 2 hours. We are already on 2 hours, and we just start making the shoes. Come on, guys. We gotta start wrapping things up here. Okay, I'm gonna do um I'm gonna start doing the refining the pants like that. Not that much. Like, I'm gonna do this very quickly. We're gonna start building and poking out everything into place basically. So I'm not gonna do like detailed things anymore here because we're running out of time basically. Um, we haven't figured out the nature of the thigh. Uh, I think, but however, I already have like some sort of ideas here. Um, it's gonna be something like that, probably a little bit thinner over there, and this one is twisted, so I'm gonna make something like that. Um, oh, it's like okay, it's back on. It's too detailed, I would say. It's too small. The brush size is a little bit too small. And I'm gonna do the same thing here. I wanna feel like that weight resting onto the thigh. But once it's reaching that point, we we want that thing starts moving to the bottom of the thigh. It feels like the weight kind of drops to the side. I want to feel um, that weight distribution basically. Yeah, I think that's good enough for the weight distribution. Yeah, I don't think that we can afford stopping thinking about this detail. We want a little bit of bulge here and also smaller here. Yeah, it feels better. I don't want to make this part too thick. It doesn't look natural that way. And I feel that that one is striking a good balance between weight distribution and aesthetics, I would say. Uh, because when it comes to art, you don't want to like overdo like anything basically, and you want that to be just like right amount of everything. Okay. Okay, so that's the thigh being done. I might want to do fix a little bit about the jacket here. By the way, I also noticed yesterday of the nature of her jacket. I learned a little bit about that. Basically, what I want to change is this. Um, he's got that second layer, that thing, that cover. Some of that don't really have it, but you can see that design is still like this is a raincoat basically. So the top bit or also have like double layer. I would say double layered uh, shoulder bit. So you see that you can see it from that part. So I want to. This one is that I can make that one that part. This part. This one. But there is that line here that I don't like. We could make it top here. And also, I'm gonna have to bring the shoulder closer because right now it feels like it's too long. So the shoulder should be closer to the body, around there. Um, yeah, that fix it. And I might have to redo the design for the arm because I just figured this out about the raincoat nature of the design. So I want it to be somewhat. I don't want it to be it. I don't want that line to be here. This is what I mentioned also, how that could create this continuation, and it kind of breaks the illusion for that by moving it some, maybe something like there. We could basically remove that problem. Basically, you get a better readability in the design area, in the design department. So I'm gonna make this one a lot more, lot thinner. Hmm. I'm trying to make the shoulder pad here to have like many flat sides. It's like what we do with the pants. So I want to make it like more flat, because it is flat surface basically. So I want to make it feel flat for this case. That's exactly what I want to do. Um, so that's the shoulder. The shoulder gonna be pulled in a little bit more. Sorry, the arm bit, and this is gonna make something like that. I would say here, and there's gonna be like more. We're gonna make this go like that, right? There. This one is pretty good. Mm, and now it feels like her arm is longer than it should have been. Probably I can do that. And I think we eventually have to make like a gap here. There, and let's turn off blend topo. And let's do some masking. Maybe, so that is gonna be go around there. So I think this one is gonna be enough. There. No, I think that's fine. We can cut it again. Okay. No, we can turn off blend topo. We're gonna face that from visible. Okay. Enable. And I'm gonna save this first. Okay. We could this we can do that thing pretty quickly. There. so we can have like more. Mm, and I feel like the line should be something like that. There, right? Should be more like that. We're gonna thin out the arm a bit more because right now it feels too thick. So basically, this is gonna be like the that part, that second layer. So we're gonna separate this. So this is gonna be like the raincoat part, and it's gonna go around. And the pattern for that, I want to make it look like it is hanging, something like that, over around there. By making it something like that, we got that more believable shape for the raincoat part, and it will be something like that, probably. this feels too bulging. The feels should be flat here. Because that's gonna be her arm poking out here. Yeah. It's such an incredible thing to make things flat versus curve difference. Like it's very, like for example like that. And by making it flatter, you can see how the form of the arm is actually supposed to look like, you know. Let's make it flat. Just making sure that it looks like this is a flat surface and not like an organic shape. Okay. And that felt great, I would say that. Probably before we move on to the hand, I want to make this stretch like that. So this is gonna be like where the jacket will be, and we're gonna have to kind of separate the jacket portion and then the flaps on the back. So I want to make sure that this reads as the jacket part, and we're gonna cut there. I want to make it right. Do that thing because it's resting onto the stone. This is the step stones. I want to make sure that they create something like, because they gotta have to continue here, I would say. I don't I don't want to disrupt that curvature for the um, hip, because I feel like that's kind of cool. And let's see if I can keep it, because eventually we're gonna decide uh, what we should keep and what we should remove. Yeah. So, but I if I could, I want to keep the hip because it reads kind of well. So I want to keep that if I could. Um, Now I think we gotta go move on to the arm. Sorry for the hand. Um, I'm trying to quickly build the. I want to feel like the jacket wrap around the hand. Sorry, the forearm. So I want to make. I don't want. To, I don't really make it too thick. I would say. So I think that's pretty cool. This one. There. And I'm gonna use some trim just to make sure that it looks flat-ish. And yeah, I think that's pretty good for the jacket. Uh, but however, we're gonna have to make the. Let's see. Let's check our. Okay, we got 9. So it's 3 hour. So yeah, So basically, we gotta make sure that the the hand is not that big, because the arm it shouldn't be that is has been reduced. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna quickly do this. I'm gonna reduce that bulge for the hand. I'm gonna make it very very small. Mm, um, mm, mm, the size is already good. Um, but this one feels like too high. Let's do this. Let's cut this part. That's gonna be the size of the the hand, I would say. She's gonna have like um that's gonna be the fist. Um uh I'm thinking the best way to make sure that there's like this height difference between the end of the so it's gonna be the end of the fist, and that's gonna be the stepstones. It's gonna be the stepstones. They're gonna be the fist. I'm thinking the way of what should I put between this. Um, should we put some guns? We could put guns. A big honk ass gun. Let's build. Let's build some preliminary shape for the gun. So that's gonna be like the. So it's gonna be um um the gun should be. By the way, I've never really made a gun before, so it goes without saying that this is not gonna be like the best gun you'll ever see. But I want to make sure that the gun. Oh, sorry. I want to make sure that the gun feels big. Because I want to do that um Hellboy style. I want to make a big revolver. Hopefully, I can pull this off. So, so I'm thinking that this part in the middle should be like the what's called the bullet, and this is gonna be like the barrel. But the barrel shouldn't be like thinned out. And I'm not really sure that I have enough knowledge for gun terminology though. So I'm just gonna do very rudimentary explanation. Uh, uh, I'm gonna dip this a little bit more. Um, this should be round. This should be like the barrel, and this should be round either. But I know this one at this point it's shaped very wrong. It looks kind of uh, uh, can I'm actually wondering if I'm right in pulling this off. Yeah, I think we can ball this. I know this is not like the best uh, revolver shape. Um, the best shaped gun. I'm gonna build this one. And we're gonna separate the barrel from the body because the body is like a square shape, meanwhile the barrel should be somewhat round. The barrel should be still be connected at the top bit. The barrel should be connected here, and we should probably decrease the size here. Uh, we're gonna make this pistol done soon because it takes way too much time. We haven't figured out about the hand. Um, by the way, I might. This is like the shittiest. This is shittiest shape gun, I would say. I'm not designed for this. Really, I'm not. Uh, but I really find a way, basically, to to kind of filling the gaps between this one and that one. Basically, like I gotta have to figure out a way to, yeah, to keep that gap between the hand and the stepstones, basically. the yeah, I'm trying to figure out the way for this to holding the barrel. Yeah, I think it is enough time for me to doing the gun, because right now it's been 2 hours. Yeah, it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm gonna build the trigger. No one's gonna see that, I would say. I just gotta make some. Yeah, I think that's enough for the gun. Um, and yeah, we haven't figured out the other hand, which is actually a more prominent hand, actually. So we should probably spend more time on that. So let's start doing exactly that. Let's. Hmm, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do. Will I should I do the gauntlet? This part should be big. Yeah, I forgot the raincoat part. Gotta add some the raincoat. Hmm. I'm gonna use this one. Okay, so that's the raincoat part. And I want to make that that bicep to be bulging a little bit. This is cloth, so I guess it's gonna it's gonna get it gonna have to feel like it's cloth. So I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah, just basically to create more like like that. Probably the bicep shouldn't be. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And we're gonna add another one. Um, maybe this one. Okay. And I wanna. So it's three fingered. It's three fingered. Yeah. Hellboy is three fingered. I think this makes sense because we can join this one in one as one fingers. We're gonna use some box. We're gonna use some box mask for the head so that we don't do anything stupid with this one. So I'm gonna use this one to keep adding. Um, since he is three fingered, I can do that. Okay. I'm gonna remove some of that bulge like that. Okay, I'm gonna make a crease here. And I'm gonna make the, because you're gonna have like a gauntlet like that, right? Yeah. Make this very big knuckles basically. Gonna make another bulging knuckle there, maybe probably there too. And I'm probably gonna use flat for this. I'm gonna use some flat, but before that, I'm gonna build the thumb. Gonna build the thumb. Mm, I know that I should be hiding the that one. I know, but I don't know, man. I really want to just do this like solo because I feel like this part. I just want to do this manually, um, and let's see how far I can go with that. Yeah, I think I can do that. This one is good enough, right? And I'm gonna use some flatten. You also have this there. I want to make it like two plates here. Mm. And I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna start using the flat brush just to make this part flatter. There. And I'm gonna keep flattening. I'm also gonna start flattening the gauntlet. And by the way, I'm also want to do that for this. However, I'm thinking of uh let's see. By the way, I want to focus this one for a moment. Uh, this is the part where the bottom part. Yeah, something like that. Um, and probably we also gotta do that here one. Maybe here is the line for the yeah. Yeah. Now I'm trying to figure out. By the way, let's say this first. I'm trying to figure out to make her face more feminine. Remember that Hellboy has this very like deep set eyes, so she's gonna have like that very defined. What's this called again? I forgot. So I'm gonna build it, soften it up to the so that it curve up here to the brow. I think I'm gonna hide the. I'm gonna use lasso hide. Yeah, I can do this. I'm gonna use like very um. I'm gonna start building the. Oh, I want to make sure that I mentioned this earlier, that I want to make her face more, even though that she is hell girl, so I guess I'm gonna want to make her head to be a little bit more feminine. um, uh, I'm trying to get that, to get that mm, to get that, sorry that I lost train of thought. I'm focusing on this. um, I want to make sure that she's got that ape like um she's got that jauntness to it. I would say like she got a she got to look jaunt. That jaunt like. I think that's the character that makes it look like apes. That ape like uh, characteristic. Mm. So let's continue with the, the nozzle, and she's gonna have like that. Mm, I'm thinking of the the I think that's correct, like that. I remember that she's gonna maybe here. She's gonna put a cigar on her. She's gonna put a cigar on her lips, so it's gonna be like that, right? And on this part, she's gonna have this um, puckered lips. So I'm gonna make that puckered lips. I think that's pretty good for now. Um, and what I'm thinking of her jaw is that I want to make it more pointy. I want to make that jaw more so, to make it a little bit softer. Yeah. And the jawline, I can soften this up a little bit more. We don't, yeah, but I think that's pretty good. Like softening it here and there, and now she looks less less masculine, I would say. And I'm gonna add just gonna keep I think I want to make the upper teeth touching that part, like that's gonna be like the upper teeth. And this is gonna be like the bottom teeth, but the thing is that it's too pointed, too protruding. And I'm gonna yeah, that looks pretty good. And I think we can make it more the radius of that more uh, smoother. I mean, so yeah. Oh, we're gonna make it a lot longer. We need to make the cigar taller. Okay, so that's pretty good. But the thing with cigar is that it has this kind of fat body. So I'm gonna keep building the size until it looks fat enough. The base should be thicker, right? Now that I gotta make it the tip smaller so that we can allow to convey that the base is actually thicker. I'm gonna I remember that there is like a sculpting pose. Oh, yeah, we can do that. And we might have to move this around. We're gonna flatten the tip, and I think I'm gonna make some lines in here, like showing that this is like burning, like that. Yeah, I think that looks kind of cigar, right? Yeah. So that is a good progress, and we're gonna start building the um, the horn bit, right? So I feel like it should be like a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's pretty good. And the size is okay. And but what about the size, the radius of it? I feel like it should be bigger comparably to the head size, like that probably. Yeah. So whenever around this area, I want to make sure that there is like a bulge of hair. So making sure that it looks like the hair doesn't pass through this. Basically, doesn't pass through like the horn. So it grows around the horn. Yeah, that's the effect that I wanna emulate with this. I think that's pretty good thickness for the hair. So yeah, that's pretty good. Uh, I want to make sure that like I want to have this like hair like um grow almost to the brow, right? The bang kind of make have so by making it having bangs, it making sure that we have enough space um to kind of avoid like bald spots underneath the horn. By the way, let's check our live streaming. So we've got 14 views, and that's pretty cool. Um, yeah, let's continue making sure that I think we don't have to make it like drop underneath the jawline. Yeah, I think that's pretty good this way. This time around. This way we don't have to. We just have to making sure that they have this space to go around the this pointy ear. Let's make some cut here. Yeah, because I think Hellboy has this funny small ear, so we're gonna make it small-ish. So let's push this down a little bit more. So she has this very cute little ear. Let's kind of add a little bit to the femininity of the what's this called again? Hell girl. I'm feeling like because she's kind of ape-like. I feel like she should be having like a thicker set of hair. Okay, so that's gonna be the hair bit, and that's gonna be the. This is gonna be like a very fun adding like hair, but I don't think that we have much time remaining time to do that, and so I think we're gonna make it quick. Yeah. So I think that's it. The probably the only thing I have to do left is making sure like oh the tail though. I want to make it very quickly to go around here and kind of rest in this side. I want it to be pointing out like that, you know. I want to make sure that it has some sort of curvature to that. like that. I'm gonna do this quickly though. Uh, her tail is gonna be pointy at the tip. Okay, let's smooth it out. I don't really want to spend a lot of time here because I think we are about to finish this thing. I gotta go see. So it's gonna make a very basically just probably I'm gonna make some sort of a making sure that it has like cloth like nature to it. Making sure that it has like yeah, I mean like cloth like twist to it. Yeah, I'm gonna make a little bit of twist here. That way it has a reason why this side is bulging because this side is going under before they go back here. Right there. yeah, that's pretty cool. And maybe the last thing that I want to do, probably making sure that the stones have some shape. I would just basically reinforce the shape of the stones, making it a little bit more interesting and all that. Um, and the other thing that I want to make sure that is this, the concept of this being a box is being reinforced, basically, because it might have lost in translation, like this being a box. Making sure that this goes back to it being a box, I think. It doesn't have to be very exact. And I'm gonna build this here. Hmm, how long has it been? Oh shit, it's 4 hours. I cannot really help myself. Really. Oh, by the way, I gotta go. Finishing the horn because yeah, I mean like that's not Hellgirl if she doesn't really have a great horn. By the way, I want to make a little bit of that. I want to I want to grind this bit so that it's flatter, right? So basically, the lore is that she cut the the horn, basically, right? So that's about right, I guess. Yeah, I really gotta go sleep anyway. Anyway, guys, I really gotta go sleep because it's 5 in the morning. It's close to 6 in the morning. I really thought that this part is gonna be quicker, but turns out it's not. I guess yeah, yeah. One more time. However, this side I think should be a little bit smoother. Yeah, I think that's it, guys. So we built this beautiful uh, fan art, I would say. So let's see this thing. I'm gonna bring I'm gonna bring some uh, light. That's wow. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah. yeah, so uh, I guess that's it for today, guys. And it's been a long streaks, and I'll see you later.